Our children are our future, and they're our most precious resource. I also want to tell you 9/11 absolutely happened. I remember that day crying all day long watching it on the news. And it's a tragedy for anyone to say it didn't happen. And so that I definitely want to tell you, I do not believe that it's fake. I also want to tell you that we've got to do better. You see, big media companies can take teeny tiny pieces of words that I've said, that you have said, any of us, and can portray us into someone that we're not. And that is wrong. Cancel culture is a real thing. It is very real. And when big tech companies like Twitter, you can scroll through and see where someone may have retweeted porn, this is a problem. This is a terrible, terrible thing. But yet, when I say that I absolutely believe with all my heart that God's creation is He created them male and female, and that should not be denied, when I am censored for saying those type of things, that is wrong. You see, here's the real situation. I decided to run for Congress because I wanted to help our country. I want Americans to have our American dream. I want to protect our freedoms. This is what I ran for Congress on. I never once said during my entire campaign, QAnon. I never once said any of the things that I am being accused of today during my campaign. I never said any of these things since I have been elected for Congress. These were words of the past, and these things do not represent me. They do not represent my district, and they do not represent my values. Here's what I can tell you. I am beyond grateful for this opportunity, and I'll tell you why. I believe in God with all my heart, and I'm so grateful to be humbled, to be reminded that I'm a sinner and that Jesus died on the cross to forgive me for my sins. And this is something that I absolutely rejoice in today to tell you all. And I think it's important for all of us to remember none of us are perfect. None of us are. And none of us can even come close to earning our way into heaven just by our acts and our works. But it's only through the grace of God. And this is why I will tell you, as a member of this Congress, the 117th Congress, I am a passionate person. I'm a competitor. I'm a fighter. I will work with you for good things for the people of this country. But the things I will not stand for is abortion. I think it's the worst thing this country has ever committed. And if we are to say in God we trust, how do we murder God's creation in the womb? Another thing I will say to this body is I want to work with all of you for our people. It should be America first always, always, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if this Congress is to tolerate members that condone riots that have hurt American people, attacked police officers, occupied federal property, burned businesses and cities, but yet wants to condemn me and crucify me in the public square for words that I said and I regret a few years ago, then I think we are in a real big problem, a very big problem. What shall we do as Americans? Shall we stay divided like this? Will we allow the media that is just as guilty as QAnon of presenting truth and lies to divide us? Will we allow ourselves to be addicted to hate and hating one another? I hope not, because that's not the future I want for my children, and it's not the future I want for any of your children. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, to equate the media to QAnon is beyond the pale. Secondly, the gentlewoman said that she now believes that 9/11 really happened, but let me just read a quote. At the Conservative American Priority Conference, she said, and I quote, "It's odd that there's never any evidence shown for a plane in the Pentagon. But anyways, I'm not going to dive into the 9/11 conspiracy." Now, granted, that was 2018, and the gentlewoman just told us that in 2018 she had an epiphany and decided not to follow these conspiracy theories anymore. But then in 2019, she claims that Speaker Pelosi is guilty of treason, and then says, quote, "It's a crime punishable by death is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason." That's 2019. And also in 2019, she liked to comment on social media that advocated a bullet to the head of Speaker Pelosi. Also in 2019, she in an interview, she called a student survivor of the Parkland massacre, quote, "very trained, he's like a dog," end quote. And then said that he was an idiot who only talked when he is scripted. Also in 2019, on the grounds of the Capitol complex, Representative Green followed a survivor of Parkland massacre, calling him a coward. And then when he ignored her, shouted questions, said he can't say a word because he can't defend his stance. I mean, that's 2019. Now, we could be here all week going over comments and posts in 2019 and in 2020. And so I just have to say that, I did not hear a disavowalment or an apology for those things. I did not hear an apology or a denouncement for the claim, the insinuation that political opponents should be violently dealt with. I didn't hear anybody apologize or retract the anti-Semitic and Islamophobic remarks that have been made, that have been posted over and over and over again. And again, the gentlewoman's campaign has profited off of these hurtful remarks and these dangerous statements. And so I just point that out for the record, and I would reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. And this morning, as many of you, I was watching the National Day of Prayer. And while watching, I was reading an opinion piece in Baptist News, and this quote stuck out to me as relevant to today's debate. "Whoever has the power makes the rules. Whoever makes the rules makes them in their favor." Now, Madam Speaker, I want you to know that I read that before I saw your prayer, which I thought was a wonderful closing prayer. I would point out some others who don't share our faith might not. I thought it was wonderful, and that's the First Amendment that we get to enjoy in this country, and I thank you for that prayer. And I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 72 and efforts by the majority to remove a member of the minority party from their committee assignments. This resolution, and I think this is important, was introduced 3 days ago to the Ethics Committee, but it was brought to the floor without so much as a hearing before the Ethics Committee. Now, I want to stress, the past remarks or emojis that you bring up of our colleague do not represent the values of our conference, nor of my home state of Georgia. I expressed this in her primary, and I continue to express that today. But if this was about the remarks our colleague made, you would put a resolution on the floor condemning those remarks. But no matter what those remarks are or how bad they are, she and every other member of this body should be entitled to due process, just as every other American is entitled to due process. And in this case, it would be before the Ethics Committee before it came to the floor of the House. But let's be honest about what this is.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has an additional 30 seconds. The gentleman is recognized.
You have a 10-vote margin in this body. This body has 20 standing committees. You created a proxy voting system that allows your members to stay at home while the Republican members show up for work. And you have another resolution that you haven't discussed yet to remove over 100 Republican members of Congress, including 6 from my home state of Georgia. Do you really think that we believe that you're going to stop with the gentle lady from the 14th, Miss Marjorie Taylor Greene? We know better. We know better. The truth of the matter is, you've got a math problem in passing your agenda.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Members are reminded to direct your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just tell my colleague from Georgia, I can't resist. He mentioned proxy voting. I hate to tell him, but a lot of Republicans are voting by proxy too. So they're the same ones who condemned it are the ones who are now utilizing it. And again, I would also remind him that this is not a criminal trial, and that when the Republicans removed Steve King from his committees, there was no ethics committee deliberation on that. The decision was made to remove Steve King because finally, at long last, there was a realization that embracing white supremacism was unacceptable. When Bill Jefferson, a Democrat, was removed by Democrats, again, he was removed from his committees. It wasn't an ethics committee deliberation. At this point, I'm going to finish my thought. It was a decision that our leadership made, and there was bipartisan support for that as well. Now, we just, we can sit here all we want and try to make excuses for not taking action. I think the standard here is Republicans are coming to the floor and saying, we don't want to associate ourselves with these remarks, we condemn these remarks, but, we don't appreciate any references to violence, or we don't appreciate any references to anti-Semitism, but. And here we are. And so the issue here is that the Republican conference last night met to really deliberate on the fate of Congresswoman Cheney. Didn't take a vote on this. And basically, by doing nothing, what does that message send? How refreshing it would be, how welcome it would be if there was a strong bipartisan vote on this resolution. Imagine, what that would mean to the American people to know that we were all unified on the issue of when a member, when a person who serves in this House has advocated the use of violence, called for assassinations, that we all agree that that is so unacceptable that at a minimum they ought not to have the privilege of being on a committee. And I'm not sure we're going to get that kind of unity here today, but I hope we do, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just quickly, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just for my friend, just to respond to my friend briefly, remember, we're doing something here that's never been done before. The majority is taking away a committee assignment of the minority. That has not happened in this House before. Also remember, we're applying, or you were choosing to apply, the Code of Official Conduct to a member before they were ever a member. That's not, to my knowledge, ever been done before either. We haven't said, let's do nothing. We've said, these are pretty serious questions. Let's go to the Ethics Commission, adjudicate them, have a discussion, and have the recommendation come back out. So to say we don't want to do something is just simply inaccurate. I think you're frankly overlooking the unprecedented nature of the acts that you've decided upon and where that may lead us when the majority changes. So with that, I want to yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I find myself sort of the oldest freshman in my class, returning after just a 2-year hiatus and finding a House that I'm having a hard time understanding how it got so bad in such a short period of time. As my colleague on the other side of the aisle aptly said, we have had to remove people for cause in this body. When I was a freshman some 20 years ago, we removed Jim Traficant because he had been tried and convicted and still wouldn't resign. We've stripped people of their committees when they've been indicted and ensured that they left this body when they were convicted. But we have not and should not, in fact, hold people responsible for actions before the people of their home state elected them and their Secretary of State certified them and they came here. In so doing, we could pick a plethora of people not to seat or not to give committees to. On the other side of the aisle, there is a gentleman who I respect, who I've served with for my entire time in Congress, who was impeached and removed from office by this very body, and yet has served honorably here for more than 2 decades and sits at a high position on many committees. After the Civil War, in time, there were people who had been Confederate soldiers who came here as congressmen. In fact, the famous Senator Byrd was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan before he was a member of these bodies. We cannot and should not judge people by what they have done before they arrive, and we should not tell the minority who they can seat. You may shame us, you may disparage us if we give somebody a committee assignment, but that is part of the free speech. In closing, if we do this, it will be no different than when John Adams allowed for a member of...
Expired.
30 more seconds.
An additional 15 seconds to close.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
When a member of this body was incarcerated for something that John Adams felt was injurious to him under the Sedition Act. It was retroactive. He had written it before the act was passed, and the act was, in fact, not in keeping with our free speech.
The gentleman
With that,
from
I yield
Oklahoma
back.
reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me again just respond by reminding the gentleman that this isn't an issue because of political differences on policy. It just isn't. I mean, I remind him, Representative Green in January 2019, on her social media, liked a comment that advocated a bullet to the head of the Speaker of the House. That doesn't bother you? That doesn't give you pause? Because there's a whole bunch of those kinds of posts on her social media. Is there anything that is so awful that would give you pause? I mean, we heard Ms. Green, she came down here, and we heard 10 minutes of whataboutism and conspiracy, and comparing QAnon journalists to, and comparing American journalists to violent QAnon extremists, basically saying it's not her fault, it's everybody else's fault, not taking personal responsibility, and really not apologizing for any of these really offensive things. And so this is one of these moments of truth as to, what do we think about this institution? I mean, I really do think this is a vote about the integrity of this institution and about upholding a standard of decency. And quite frankly, we were all hoping you'd do it. You'd do the right thing. But apparently, I think a political decision was made that it's advantageous not to alienate certain types of voters in this country, even if they think the way and they advocate for the policies and ideas that Ms. Green has put forward. That's what this is about. And I know, I've talked to many of my colleagues on the other side. I know many are very uncomfortable and very offended by what she has said and what she has posted, but apparently not offended or uncomfortable enough to actually take action. And I think that that's unfortunate. I reserve my time.
From Massachusetts reserves, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished Republican whip of the Congress, my good friend, Mr. Scalise from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding. Madam Speaker, I've been clear for a long time that the comments made by Ms. Green prior to being elected a member of Congress are completely inappropriate. And in fact, I've spoken directly to her to express that. And we had a long conversation frankly similar to the one that we just heard on the floor a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, where we heard Ms. Green herself come and give a full account of things she's done in her past. In fact, at the end, she said, Jesus died on the cross to forgive me of my sins. She's actually held herself to account, as many of us have as well. I wonder if that same new standard that is being talked about today is anticipated to be applied equally by the majority's side of people who have done things egregious and haven't given account, and in fact done those things as sitting members of Congress. Not what happened in 2018, 2019, that we all decry. But Madam Speaker, if the things that happened in 2018 and 2019 were so egregious that they warrant the unprecedented step of removing a member of Congress from all committees by the majority party against someone in the minority party, if that was so egregious, why then did not a single Democrat object to that last week when that issue came before this Congress on this floor and she was added to those committees? This is the resolution that added her to the committees. Not a single Democrat last week, not in 2018 or 19, last week, not a single Democrat objected. But now this new standard seems to be applied. Look, this morning we continued a great tradition in this Congress, the National Prayer Breakfast, where Republicans and Democrats come together and leaders from the entire world come together to pray. Today, things like forgiveness were freely discussed. I want to read chapter 8:7, John 8:7. So, when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. Madam Speaker, we need to stop casting stones at each other and rise to the level where we're going to start spending every day on this House floor not fighting battles of the past, but fighting for the hard-working families of this country who are counting on us to come together. I ask that the leadership withdraw this resolution, and let's get back to work for the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Let me just say to the gentleman who just spoke that, that I do believe that that the standard that we're upholding today should be viewed equally for everybody. If any member of this chamber has advocated for the execution of another member, then I will join, whether they're Democrat or Republican, I will join with everybody here in advocating that they be taken off their committees. I mean, I've said that over and over and over again. I mean, that's, I don't know, I mean, is that a controversial idea that if people advocate that kind of stuff, that somehow we're going to look the other way, or we're going to move on and let's not even talk about it? And I'll remind the gentleman, this is not ancient history. She continues to fundraise off this stuff. I mean, read her social media. I'm sure you do. So, I mean, come on. And, and then I'm a little confused because the gentleman was like saying we shouldn't be doing this today, but we should have done it last week when there was a unanimous consent request to basically move forward a whole bunch of committee assignments, Democrats and Republicans forward. The deal is if we had taken that down, then a whole bunch of people would be without committee assignments as we speak. We have a lot of work to do to get this economy back on the right track and to crush this virus, especially in the aftermath of the 4 years we've been through. We all want to move forward, we all want to move on, but you can't move forward unless there's some accounting here, unless there's some reckoning with what all of this means. And I would think that for the sake of this institution, I mean, if we want to uphold a standard of decency in this institution, that we'll all come together on this. I mean, what we just heard from Ms. Green was not an apology. And if that was the speech that was given last night in the Republican conference, I guess my question would be, and that got a standing ovation? I didn't hear an apology for the incredibly dangerous and hurtful remarks that she's made. I didn't hear an explanation for why she's still fundraising off of off of these terrible things here. So I don't know what my colleagues found so convincing, but I stand here today still deeply, deeply troubled and offended by the things that she has posted and the things that she has said, and still not taking responsibility for, and still not apologize for. And the idea of coming to the floor and basically saying, well, it's the media's fault, it's this person's fault or that person's fault, and that the American media is equivalent to the violent QAnon extremists, well, I got to tell you, just when you think you've heard everything, then you hear that. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Just quickly for the record, so my friend knows, the resolution that the whip was referring to, Mr. Cleese was referring to last night, or just a few minutes ago, only concerned Republicans. So if you wanted to object to Republicans, that's what you could have done. Didn't involve Democrats at all. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to amend House rules to state that any resolution proposing to remove a member from a committee assignment shall not be in order unless offered by or with the concurrence of the leader of the party of the member of the subject of the resolution. Madam Speaker, this speaks to a norm of basic fairness that today's resolution does not comply with. In the past, the majority has never attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's committee assignments, nor has the minority ever attempted to do the same to the majority. This has been, in the past, an unwritten rule, a norm of the House has adhered to in order to protect the operations of the institution. But the majority's actions today threatens that norm and threatens to set off a new round of escalating partisan punishment anytime the majority changes hands. Enshrining historical practice as a new rule is an important step to protect the institution as a whole. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question and reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to respond by saying to the gentleman, we have been waiting. We've been members now for over a month in this new Congress, and we've been waiting for action. I guess we got the answer last night. A standing ovation for somebody who has said and posted what Ms. Green has said and posted. I mean, that's the response. So we've waited, and now we are going to move forward with this action. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Well, just in response to my good friend, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I was actually there. So, number one, she didn't get a standing ovation for things that she'd said. She got a standing ovation for regretting things that she had said and saying she'd been wrong and saying and denouncing QAnon and denouncing school shootings. That's what she got the standing ovation for. So my friend didn't have the opportunity to hear that. I just wanted to take the opportunity to inform him. I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever he is.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, I oppose the rule. Never before in the history of this institution has the majority attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's right to make committee assignments. Yet today, the majority is choosing to do just that. This leads the institution down a dangerous path, the end of which we cannot see. Madam Speaker, there are alternative paths open that I believe the House should consider. We owe it to ourselves and to the institution to do so. Before we strip a member of her committees, before that person, for remarks the person made before they were subject to the official rules of conduct of the House, maybe we ought to have a discussion about that if we're going to extend that in a way that we never have before in the institution. I'm not necessarily against that, by the way. I think that's a worthy topic. I also think if we're going to strip a member before they've ever served on a committee, they ought to have an opportunity to tell their side of the story in a judicious proceeding. Our Ethics Committee has resolved a lot of knotty issues in a very bipartisan way, and not with the members escaping punishment. So to say we've asked for nothing, it be done, it's quite the opposite. We've said, let's go to the Ethics Commission. Let's hash through these tough issues of changing the scope of the official conduct provisions of the House that apply to members. Let's talk about whether or not it's appropriate for the majority to actually try to dictate the people that the minority puts on committee. And finally, let's give a member that we accuse of something an opportunity to make his or her case. That's what we've asked for, and that's what the majority has chosen not to do. I think, Madam Speaker, it's a dangerous mistake. It's a mistake that, frankly, when the majority changes, the temptation will be overwhelming for members to say, oh, well, there's a member I didn't like, or said something or did something I didn't like. As a member, I think I'm just going to take that committee assignment away. I can give you a list of people that have done things that I think are inappropriate on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly. But we've never done that here, and I don't think we should start doing that here. So all we've asked for is a process, an ethics commission discussion. We think that is the appropriate way to proceed. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and I appreciate my ranking member, Mr. Cole, for the way he conducts himself, because I know he cares deeply about this institution, and he knows that I admire him greatly. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, was on the floor, and he quoted the Bible. And I've read the Bible, too, I want to inform the gentleman. And I believe in the Jesuit tradition. Apology is not just words, it's action. And I didn't hear Ms. Green do that today. I heard a lot of whataboutisms, but I didn't hear her take responsibility, nor did I hear her apologize for some of the most egregious things that she's posted and said. I also have to point out for the record, because I think this is important, I'm not convinced her memory is 100% accurate here on some things. She said she'd hear just now, and she spoke to the whole chamber, she said she didn't discuss QAnon during her campaign. But last July, she said in a local interview, and I quote, "I've only ever seen patriotic sentiment coming out of that source," end quote. And she wouldn't answer if she was still a follower. So I'm a little confused that she's now trying to denounce QAnon, but yet she said recently that they're patriots. Never seen anything other than patriotic sentiment coming out of that source. QAnon is a dangerous, sick cult, period. And nobody, certainly nobody in this chamber, should ever, in any way, shape, or form, try to associate themselves with them. They're not patriotic individuals. They are pushing sick, dangerous, violent conspiracy theories. Many of the people who attacked this chamber on January 6th had their QAnon flags and insignias. So give me a break. You know, I don't know what it's going to take for some here to act, and I will just repeat what I said earlier. I don't know what the hell happened to the Republican Party. The party of Lincoln, the party of Eisenhower, the party of Reagan is becoming the party of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the party of violent conspiracy theories. If anyone has any question about the things that she has said or done, anybody who's watching, just spend a moment and look at her social media posts. Don't take my word for it. Go research it for yourself. Google it. It's all there. They go well beyond anything that we have seen from any member in this body. Encouraging violence against another member. Posting and saying that 9/11 was a hoax. That school shootings were planned by gun safety advocates. Spreading anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim conspiracies and hate speech. It's all there. We're not just saying this, it's there. Now, I'm a big believer in the Ethics Committee process, but I don't need an investigation to tell me what I can read with my own eyes. The only question is this: what are we going to do about it? Just as there was bipartisan agreement that Congressman King had no business on a committee, there should be bipartisan agreement that Congresswoman Green doesn't either. The only reason this is taking a resolution on the floor today is that Leader McCarthy is unwilling to apply that same standard here. A stern conversation is not enough. We aren't talking about expulsion here today, though some think that that is warranted, but that's not what we're talking about. We are deciding whether someone who has encouraged violence against members should be given a platform on a standing committee. That's what the topic is here today. And I have to say, I didn't even know that was a question. I assumed the answer was obvious, but apparently it is not to some here. Inaction is complicity, Madam Speaker. We must set a standard of conduct in this institution and ensure that the violence, conspiracy theories, and the lies that we see on the darkest corners of the internet don't get a platform on a standing committee here in the House of Representatives. I hope my colleagues will vote their conscience. I hope my colleagues will do what is right for the institution. This is about the institution, about who we are. And again, for the life of me, I don't understand what is complicated here. What is giving people hesitation? We know the result of these violent conspiracy theorists. We saw that on January 6th. We know what it leads to. I don't ever want to see that again. And we all should make clear where we stand on this. And so, coming here, Congresswoman Green coming here and speaking for 10 minutes and not taking responsibility for any of this stuff, trying to make us believe that she doesn't believe in QAnon anymore when we now have, we just pointed to an interview that was fairly recent. Not apologizing for the most egregious comments that she has posted. I mean, we have to be better than this. We have to, this can't be the future. And I'm hoping that we will get a bipartisan vote here. I'm hoping that, because I do think, as I said before, a strong bipartisan vote on this, what a refreshing signal that would be to the American people, that all of us together are standing up against hate, against violence, against conspiracy theories, that we're together on this. This shouldn't be hard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I will inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Carnas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yea on the motion to move the previous question, H, Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
When it gets a little bit more stacked up, I'll very politely ask that you hold on a second for Teresa to input them and for Joe to read them.
Okay, so we're good now.
Yeah, we're good now.
California.
Correct.
Yes.
You'll see like a stack of green cards.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSagne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSagne will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada,
is funny.
pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Billy Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91, and as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
on that I would request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. So for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 91.
So, I got here at 2 o'clock. It's only 2:28. I feel like I've been here for a long time. I know. These books, it feels like they take forever. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H-Res 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 965, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 91. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 91.
Nothing below. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
Would the gentleman from Indiana repeat his statement again?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on HRes 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of HRES 91. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform you that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the motion agreeing to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. John Larson pursuant to HRES 8 of the state of Connecticut, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yea on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 91. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRes 91. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRes, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 91.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would
ask
for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. The member designated by Chairwoman Karen Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hand will vote no on the, okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hand of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote no on the motion to recommit. I mean, the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
A gentleman from Pennsylvania, actually.
Pennsylvania.
As a member designated by Mr. Amade, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Cohen pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Ms. Barragan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose?
So do I still.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Deutsch, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, I call up House Resolution 72 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 72, resolution removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Woloski, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 72. In 2019, the FBI warned that, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Members, can we have order in the House? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
In 2019, the FBI warned that anti-government, identity-based, and fringe political conspiracy theories are very likely to motivate some domestic extremists to commit criminal and sometimes violent activity. In October last year, this House voted nearly unanimously to condemn QAnon conspiracy theories because they encourage the rejection of objective reality, deepen political polarization, and undermine trust in our democratic institutions, but also because they have inspired real-world violence, bomb threats, vandalism, kidnapping, terrorism, murder, and insurrection. Congresswoman Green of Georgia has a long history of amplifying dangerous conspiracy theories online and threatening violent, racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic conduct. House Resolution 72 will ensure that Ms. Green's conduct is not rewarded with seats on two important committees. The Congresswoman has said that American citizens who practiced Islam, quote, do not belong in our government and they should stay in their country. Mr. Speaker, this is their country and it is their government as much as any Americans. Ms. Green has trafficked in dangerous anti-Semitic lies about the Rothschild family, George Soros, Zionist supremacists, and secret Jewish plots. Well, over millennia, because of baseless, ugly lies, millions of Jews have been hated, targeted, expelled from their countries, violently attacked, killed, and exterminated, because words lead to action and death. Ms. Green claimed the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut that killed 26 people, including 26 and 7-year-old kids, was staged. She claimed the Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 people and injured over 800 was an orchestrated attempt to weaken gun rights, and she claimed the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School was a false flag event and called the survivors crisis actors. Mr. Speaker, the 17 people who never came home from school in Parkland on February 14th, 2018 were my constituents. Their family's pain is real, and it is felt every single day. Yesterday, parents of children slain at Sandy Hook, Mark Barden, Daniel's dad, and Nicole Hockley, Dylan's mom, wrote a letter to Leader McCarthy to share how these conspiracy theories impact their families. These vicious lies deny the deaths of our murdered children and bring death threats and constant harassment to our doors and our surviving children. In 2019, Ms. Green created a White House petition to impeach Speaker Pelosi for treason, emphasizing that it is punishable by death. And she liked a Facebook comment stating that, and I quote, "A bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Speaker Nancy Pelosi." In a video statement from December 31st, 2018, Ms. Green called on her followers to storm Washington, D.C. in what sounds today like a prescient forecast of last month's deadly insurrection. Flood the Capitol, flood all the government buildings, go inside. We can end it, we can do it peacefully, we can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way, but we should feel like we will if we have to. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened. Conspiracy theories and hate are malignant. They do not fade away. We must stand up to them and say enough. Ms. Green has promised that she will never apologize. Well, we are here today because Republican leadership has decided to embrace and elevate Ms. Green. They've rewarded her with a seat on the committee of this House that has responsibility for teaching our children the truth and giving them a safe place to learn it. 2 years ago, the Republican speaker spoke on this floor very strongly saying, quote, "I will pledge to you this from this side of the aisle, and I hope you understand this clearly, any hatred, we take action." And Mr. McCarthy did take action, but it wasn't condemnation, it was elevation, appointing her to committee seats. That's why it's necessary to put this resolution to a vote for every member of this body, because this House must take action. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and remove Representative Green of Georgia from her positions on the Committee on Education and Labor and the Committee on Budget, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. I am not here today to defend any comments made by Representative Green, whether as a private citizen, candidate, or member of Congress. I am here today to defend the precedent set by years of the majority and minority parties coexisting in this body. And I am here today to defend the House Ethics Committee, on which I serve as a ranking member. House Resolution 72 is nothing more than a partisan power grab. At a critical time when the majority party itself repeatedly calls for unity as our path forward, bringing a majority resolution to the floor to remove a minority member from her committee assignments is wrong and unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee is unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee and then completely bypassing the committee's role is unprecedented. On this floor today, we are witnessing one more effort to consolidate power with the majority party and diminish the rights of the minority. This is not the first power grab effort by this majority in Congress. Earlier this year, the Democrats destroyed over 100 years of representation in Congress and effectively eliminated the only tool that safeguarded the minority's voice, the motion to recommit. And they are doing it again today with House Resolution 72. In the last 20 years, several members have been removed from their committee duties. Members on both sides of the aisle have been removed, and for various reasons. But those reasons and that decision was always made by the member's party leadership or party's membership. Even if the decision to remove a member was followed with a voice vote on the House floor, the decision itself was made by that member's caucus following weeks of public and private infighting. Last week, the Republican conference met to discuss statements made by Representative Green last night prior to her serving in Congress. We listened to Representative Green. She made similar statements as she did on the floor today. She assured the conference that her prior statements did not reflect her views today as a member of this body. The Democratic majority claims the Republican conference hasn't acted, but that simply isn't true. The conference just hasn't done what the Democrats want it to do. Regardless, the majority has brought this unprecedented resolution before the House today. The majority party could have brought this matter directly to the floor as a privileged question, and the question of removal would have been a swift vote on the floor. Instead, the majority referred the resolution to the Ethics Committee to then immediately and completely bypass the Ethics Committee and its functions by bringing this resolution directly to the floor. Involving the committee, then to only bypass the committee, violates the collegial and bipartisan manner by which the Ethics Committee should operate. This is my second term serving on the Ethics Committee, and I was looking forward to working with Chairman Deutsch in a collegial and bipartisan manner. You see, the Committee on Ethics is unique. It's the only standing House committee with equal numbers of Democrat and Republican members, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. There is a reason that neither party holds a majority on this committee, and that reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in a political and partisan fashion. The committee has publicly warned of this risk before. In 2012, following a particularly contentious investigation, the committee publicly expressed the necessity of bipartisanship, bipartisan cooperation within the committee leadership. The committee stated, quote, "Unlike any other committee, this committee avoids partisan legislative concerns and policies and must have bipartisan cooperation for the committee to fulfill its constitutional mandate to police the members, officers, and employees of this House. That mission calls upon members to step out of their partisan framework and approach the work of the committee without regard to their party. It's our recommendation for any member that serves on this committee that he or she constantly evaluate their actions on the committee to ensure they are living up to the highest standards of this committee," close quote. Today, we do not see the Ethics Committee's leadership upholding the highest standards of bipartisan cooperation. We don't see today the chair and ranking member presenting a resolution on the House floor together. At the end of each Congress, the committee issues a report detailing the activities of the committee during the Congress. For each Congress Chairman Deutsch has served on ethics, the committee has worked in a collegial and bipartisan manner. To be able to state for the 113th, 114th, 115th, and 116th Congress, all votes taken in the investigative subcommittees were unanimous. This stack of reports represents all the hard work the committee has completed in the last 4 Congresses. All of this work of the committee completed by its sitting members, the members who were asked to serve in the investigative subcommittees, and the committee's professional and nonpartisan staff was accomplished in bipartisan cooperation. In fact, Chairman Deutsch himself recognized in the committee report for the 116th Congress that, quote, "All of the committee's work is made possible by the committee's talented professional, nonpartisan staff. The members of the committee wish to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the committee and the House. In addition, the committee wishes to thank its departing members for their service and for their thoughtfulness and collegiality they showed during their time on the committee," close quote. As you can see, the work on the Ethics Committee is extensive. In the 116th Congress alone, the committee commenced or continued investigative fact-finding gatherings for 50 separate investigative matters, impaneled 6 investigative committees, and filed 5 reports with the House totaling over 3,300 pages regarding various investigative matters. These tasks were agreed to by the chair and the ranking member of the committee. In fact, the phrase itself, chair and ranking minority member, appears 38 times in the committee rules. The Ethics Committee operates effectively because it's consensus-driven, with decisions made jointly by the chair and the ranking member. But that's not what's happening today on this floor. The current chair and ranking member have not received a complaint and determined whether the information meets the requirements of the committee rules. The current chair and the ranking member have not jointly gathered information concerning this alleged conduct. Until yesterday's rules hearing, the chair and the ranking member had not had a single conversation regarding Representative Green. As I stated earlier, involving the committee then to only bypass its function violates the spirit of how this unique committee operates. Once a majority determined that the Ethics Committee was the place for the resolution, it should have allowed the committee to consider the issues properly. I know our colleagues want to see the Ethics Committee function effectively and not to be used as a partisan political weapon on a manipulated platform. If the Ethics Committee is to consider reviewing statements made by members of Congress before they were sworn in, then the matter should come before the Ethics Committee in a way that complies with committee rules, preserves the bipartisanship intended, and allows the committee to make legal conclusions and factual determinations in a collegial environment. All I ask is that we let the committee work as it's supposed to effectively serve this body. To do so, the majority would have to withdraw this resolution. If it chooses, pursue the matter properly through the Ethics Committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I also know my Republican colleagues purport not to defend any of Representative Greene's hateful statements or reprehensible conduct. Instead, rely on process. The appeals to process should be recognized for what they are, an effort to shield her from her accountability for this egregious language and actions. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague from South Florida who has come to know the families from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as well as I, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the sponsor of this resolution.
For how much time?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise to support H.R. 72, legislation I never hoped to author. My resolution would remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. We've already heard a lot today about precedents, so let me explain the precedent which brought us here. Congresswoman Green advocated for the execution of a leader of this House. She advocated for the execution of former President Obama. She encouraged violence against law enforcement and has a long record of racist, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic comments. She spread cruel conspiracy theories, even claiming the horrific mass school shootings in Sandy Hook and Parkland were staged, and even stalked a young survivor of one of those tragedies, calling him a coward. These are unprecedented comments and actions by a member. No one else on this floor has called for violence against other members and law enforcement. Only one member has done that and refused to back down, and that is the real precedent we are dealing with today. We have also heard about regrettable conduct before taking office, a so-called statute of limitations on bad behavior. Prior to her floor remarks this afternoon, Congresswoman Green spent this entire week doubling down on her promotion of violence, bigotry, and conspiracy theories. Her response to her critics just yesterday was, "I won't back down, I'll never apologize." We have also heard today about revenge and whataboutism. Green herself threatened that when Republicans wield the gavel, Democrats will face a similar fate. And if a Democrat promotes violence against members and peddles dangerous lies and conspiracy theories, then refuses to renounce them, and our caucus refuses to police it, then punishment would be in order. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today with Congresswoman Green. We are dealing with conduct that brings shame on this House, and a pointed refusal to denounce or internally police it by Republicans. Congresswoman Green's past support and present reaffirmation for violence, intimidation, lies, and racism is dangerous. It is exactly the kind of conduct that helps fuel domestic terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I don't take this threat of violence lightly. 2 years ago, a pipe bomb, one of 16 sent around the country in my name, sat in my district office for more than 24 hours. With my staff handling and moving around it before anyone knew or told them it possibly contained an explosive device. None of my staff signed up for that kind of threat. No one should be terrorized at work. But what delivered that bomb to my office was not just one disturbed man. It was the culmination of endless lies, conspiracy theories, and hate that drove someone to violently attack his political rivals. We all saw that unfold again with deadly consequences here in the Capitol on January 6th. We can't afford to have this kind of violent threat continue, and certainly not from someone in this very House. This is not about whether we find Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech offensive. This is not, the point here is that she has promoted and advocated violence. Denying her a seat at committee tables where fact-based policies will be debated and crafted is an appropriate punishment and restraint of her influence. Congresswoman Green chose a dangerous and harmful path into this House, one filled with deliberate lies that fomented violence. Once elected and seated here as a sitting member, she then also chose not only to stand by, but affirm those words and actions. A deathbed, mild walkback of a couple of wild conspiracy theories just moments ago is not enough to prevent her future harm. Importantly, there was no apology for hurt and harm caused, and she did not express regret for the stalking of a teenage mass shooting victim, nor for life-threatening statements she made or promoted against the leader of this House, and so much more. Now that she's made her choices, the House must limit the future harm and violence that she can invite on this body. The deceptive, inflammatory conduct that fuels such violence cannot be tolerated anywhere, certainly not in this House. We can take an important step toward restoring integrity, security, decorum, and truth in this House by removing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. While it is an action we do not take lightly, it is the necessary course of action in the face of her extraordinary behavior that is unbecoming of a member of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Resolution 72. This resolution sets a dangerous new standard that will only deepen divisions within this House. For all their talk about norms and institutions, it's the Democrats who've acted to undermine the people's House at every turn. Let's check the record. Afraid for their political careers, they have moved to shut down debate and silence dissent in committee and on this floor. They went so far as to eliminate the motion to recommit, the minority party's only chance to offer an amendment, which stood for over a century until this year. They have rushed impeachments through without a shred of due process, just like today, reducing this tool from the highest constitutional remedy to just another opportunity to fundraise and go on TV. And now they are declaring the majority has veto power over the minority's members' selections for committee. Now, we have reviewed this with the parliamentarian. Never before in the history of this House has the majority abused its power in this way. Never. In the entire history of this House have you ever abused the power in this way. But it's clear Speaker Pelosi's caucus thinks differently. They're blinded by partisanship and politics. And it's the American people who will suffer the most because of it. As for the member in question, let me be very clear. Representative Greene's past comments and posts as a private citizen do not represent the values of my party. As a Republican, as a conservative, as an American, I condemn those views unequivocally. I condemned them when they first surfaced, and I condemn them today. This House overwhelmingly voted to condemn the dangerous lies of QAnon last Congress and continue to do so. I made this clear when I met with Representative Greene. I also made clear that we as members have a responsibility to hold ourselves to a higher standard. She acknowledged this during our conversation and apologized for her past comments. I will hold her to her words and her actions moving forward. But because these comments caused such deep wounds, I offered Leader Hoyer a path to lower the temperature and address these concerns in a productive way. I offered to remove Representative Greene from Ed and Labor, but it was rejected. It was rejected. Now, privately, I've had calls from many Democrats acknowledging what they're doing is wrong. They understand that this partisan power grab is not only cynical, it's hypocritical. If this is the new standard, I look forward to continuing out the standard. Because if you look for a side that has a leadership that's done something when their members do something as a member, not prior, look to me. Because I did just that. But when a Democrat freshman said, Israel has hypnotized the world, that supporting Israel is all about the Benjamins, and that 9/11, some people did something. Did Speaker Pelosi kick her off Foreign Affairs Committee? Or did she keep her on the committee and even pose with her on the cover of a magazine? That's right. Will the standard change? When another Democrat was compromised by a Chinese spy, that it was so serious that the FBI had to brief the congressional leaders, did Speaker Pelosi remove him from the House Intelligence or Homeland Security committees after the briefing? I'm the only other person that had that same briefing just recently. I was in the room with the Speaker. I heard what was said. I'll be very clear. I would never have that member on either of those committees. Or did she reward him by making him the head of the subcommittee overseeing the CIA? I guess there's different standards. When the chairman of the Rules Committee objected to certifying the 2016 election, citing Russian interference, did Speaker Pelosi censure him? How about when the chairwoman of the Financial Service Committee told supporters at a rally in 2017? She was a member then, unlike the person we're talking about today. If you see anyone from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out. You create a crowd. You push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anywhere with anyone anymore. After she called for violence against public servants, did Speaker Pelosi condemn it? Or did she look the other way and make her chairwoman again? I don't know if you want to amend this one and add others so you can keep your standard. The answer is obvious. While Democrats attack Congresswoman Green, they not only ignore the infractions within their own party, they reward these members with prestige and influence. When it comes time to vote, I expect Democrats will codify this partisan power grab. I would advise them to think twice and pull this resolution from the floor while they still can. I've heard Democrats quote Senator Minority Leader to defend this resolution. I would remind them what Leader McConnell said when Democrats voted to nuke the judicial filibuster. You'll regret this, and you may regret this a lot sooner than you think. If that's the new standard, if people are held to what they are said prior to even being in this House, if majority party gets to decide who sits on what other committees, I hope you keep that standard, because we have a long list you can work within your own. In the end, this resolution is merely a distraction from the real issues. In the last 2 weeks, Democrats have taken just 2 votes, the one today and the one last month on a waiver for a cabinet member. This is the least productive Congress since last year. I thought that'd be hard to beat. There is nothing for workers who have lost their jobs, including thousands of blue-collar jobs that were eliminated just by a stroke of a pen of President Biden, even laying off the union workers who endorsed him. It's a shame. They need that job. It's a good-paying job. Nobody sat and talked to him before or asked them. They just laid him off. Nothing for students who've been stuck learning from behind screens for nearly a year, even though the administration's CDC director says in-person learning is safe. Nothing to increase the pace of vaccine distributions so we can get them to people who want them and get one step closer to fully reopening this economy. At a time when households are already struggling, Congress should use its window of opportunity to get Americans back to work, get kids back to school, and vaccines for any American who wants it. These are the immediate priorities that deserve our energy and our attention. This is what we would work on if we had the opportunity to be in the majority, or even had the same opportunity that those in the minority had for the last 100 years to offer a motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, a House distracted cannot govern. And we're proving it one more time today. Let's stop trying to invent dangerous and divisive ways to abuse the power of a majority and start working on what really matters. No one supports what was said before a person ever became a member. When a member said something that was inappropriate on this side of the aisle, we removed them from committee because they said it as they were a member. As we list the long list of the standards on the other side, no one ever got removed. They got rewarded. And now, more than 200-year history in this body is going to change. But if it changed as a standard to reach all, I'll be right here with you. If the concern was really what the majority leader said to me about being on Education Committee, I'm the first one to switch it. I actually offered it. That would be appropriate, but not for this majority. They believe something different, and that's wrong. Just as the words that were said were wrong. That member came to this floor to answer those questions. She did it as a member of Congress, not as a private citizen when they were said. I listened to President Biden as I watched him sworn in. I heard the word unity. That's why I reached out as well. If there's concern about education, we can fix that. If there's concern on the other side about working with people who are getting laid off with every stroke of every executive order, I'll work to fix that. If there's concern about getting kids back in school, we'll work on that. If there's concern about getting a vaccine to any American who wants it, we'll work on that. But unfortunately, the majority gets to decide what comes to the floor. And once again, this Congress will get listed as the least productive Congress in history. But the one thing it will have a record of is changing the rules to be one-sided, a long history that I believe this body will be embarrassed by. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Representative McBath.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague and friend from Florida, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2 weeks, I celebrate the birthday of my son, Jordan. Every year since he was murdered, his birthday brings joyful memories, but profound sadness. 2 years ago, my pain on his birthday turned to horror and grief as I watched students in Parkland, children the same age as my son, run terrified out of their high school. I watched parents read texts from their kids that said, "Mom, if I don't make it back, thank you for everything that you've done for me." I watched as 17 families realized that their lives are never going to be the same. Throughout history, words have shown and have had the power to unite this nation with unity and with hope, or the power to divide with bigotry and hate. Words have an impact on everything that we do here in this chamber, on this hill, in this body. Every action that we take make life better for the American people. This today is about a member's words and actions that are beneath this body, beneath the American people that we have sworn to protect. This is about a member stalking the children of tragedy, attacking survivors, and threatening violence. This is about a member denying the existence of dead children at Sandy Hook Elementary and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This moment is about parents across America who now celebrate their child's birthday, just like me. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady.
Minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who's next? Who is next? Everyone has said things they wish they didn't say. Everyone has done things they wish they didn't do. So who's next? Who will the cancel culture attack next? Former New York Times editor Barry Weiss, not a conservative, had to resign because of the environment at that paper. She had to resign. She coined this term, the digital Thunderdome. You engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you're going in the Thunderdome. Today it's Miss Green. Who's it going to be tomorrow? Who's it going to be tomorrow? I've heard several times on the floor today from the Democrats. Conspiracy theory. The Democrats peddled the biggest conspiracy theory of all time, the Russia hoax. Amen. Two of those years, for the last 4 years, they peddled this theory. 2 of those years, they spent $40 million, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, but came up with zero collusion. Former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, he was going on television all the time talking about the coordination and the collusion that was going on. But what did he say behind closed doors when he was under oath in the Intelligence Committee? He said this: I never saw any evidence that the Trump campaign was conspiring with the Russians to meddle with the election. No evidence. But they peddled this theory for 4 years. And think about this. The guy who started the debate off today for the Democrats, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker, Democrat chair of the Rules Committee 4 years ago. Guess who? Guess who 4 years ago was the first person to object to the 2016 presidential election? The guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats today going after Ms. Green. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Guess what his reason was? The Russian hoax conspiracy theory. And guess which state he objected to? Guess which state? Alabama. That's right, January 6, 2017, the guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats objected to Alabama, a state that President Trump won by 30 points. First person to kick off the debate today, 4 years ago, objected to Alabama based on this Russian hoax conspiracy theory, and now they're coming after Miss Green. I stood right here 3 weeks ago and I said, this cancel culture will not just come after Republicans. It's going to come after us all. It's going to come after us all. This is what's scary. And it took all of 13 days for that to be proven true. Last week, Mr. Speaker, could I have a few seconds? Last week, Senator Feinstein Elementary School is no longer named after Senator Feinstein. That's how bad this is. I hope this stops, and I hope it stops soon.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Gentleman from New Jersey, 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about unity, let's remember we were united last October when the House came together almost unanimously to condemn QAnon in a resolution that I had introduced. We said that QAnon was fanning the flames of anti-Semitism, that the loony lies it was spreading online would lead to people being killed in the real world. But then yesterday, Mr. McCarthy, the minority leader, said something that mystified me. He cited that resolution as a reason not to remove Representative Green from her committee. We'd already condemned QAnon, he suggested. Why would we need to do anything else? It's like saying we condemned bank robbers last year. We condemned bank robbery last year. We don't need to actually stop any bank robbers this year. How can almost 400 of us say that QAnon is a threat, and then when we see someone who has spent years spreading the same conspiracy theories, the same anti-Semitism, the same calls for violence, someone who 3 days ago called her critics pedophiles, not 2 years ago, 3 days ago, and then say that person should be given all of the privileges of a member of a House? Mr. Speaker, if you condemn QAnon, that means you have to fight it. If you believe that these conspiracy theories are dangerous, you have to separate yourself from the people who are spreading them. If even a substantial number of us stand with Representative Green today, violent extremists will see it as another sign that they have a legitimate place in our national debate, that respectable leaders in our society either embrace them or fear them too much to stand in their way. I ask you, do not send this message. Let's unite against extremism, not with it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. You know, about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, I suspended my social media accounts, my personal social media accounts, and I did so because social media is pretty much consuming the way we govern. And I would just say, why are we governing by soundbite? Why are we governing by looking back at what somebody said on Twitter or Facebook? This is a body that is called under the Constitution to meet on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, not by proxy, by the way, and to sit here and debate the important issues of the day. I was proud to say a few weeks ago, I was proud to stand with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to condemn what occurred on January 6th. I joined with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to disagree on the issue of objections. And then to have a member on the other side of the aisle attack my former boss and friend, Senator Ted Cruz, and basically accuse him of being an attempted murderer, I asked that that statement be stricken and there be an apology for it. I didn't ask that somebody be stripped from their committeeships. I didn't ask that they be censured. I tried to engage with that colleague and have and will. And then this last weekend had a statement directed at me, accusing me of the worst kind of horrific acts. Where is this body going to go, ladies and gentlemen? Now we're here in the first few weeks of this Congress attacking a freshman member who is addressing the concerns of statements that I take issue with, that a number of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have taken issue with, and you're going to unilaterally strip her of a committee assignment. This is not the people's house anymore. I made this statement yesterday on the budget reconciliation. I had a great conversation with the distinguished majority leader today about our need to restore regular order. And I would just ask my colleagues, another 15 seconds, Jolly? No. I would ask my colleagues that we remove this. I made a motion to adjourn because we shouldn't be wasting the time of this body attacking a member of this body. This will not end well.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves the balance of the time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make clear that this is not an action by one party. This is a House resolution today. All of us will be voting, and the Constitution couldn't be clearer. Article 1, Section 5 vests the House with the authority independent of the Ethics Committee to discipline a member, and as a sanction for such behavior, the House may limit any right, power, privilege, or immunity of that member. I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are aware of that. With that, I am pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Williams.
Gentlewoman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the resolution to remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. Her words and actions tout dangerous and deadly QAnon conspiracy theories, threaten our national security, and put the lives of every person in this room at risk. On January 6th, we witnessed what can happen when our leaders spread baseless conspiracy theories and spew violent rhetoric that echoes the same call to violence that resulted in a domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. We can't control what Representative Greene does and says, but we can control how we operate as a governing body that holds its officials accountable. I'm particularly concerned about her appointment to the Education and Labor Committee, which not only has oversight of the education of our children, but also has the responsibility to ensure students have safe environments to learn. I watched in horror at the footage of Representative Greene berating a Parkland shooting survivor, a teenager who came to Capitol Hill seeking help from lawmakers to put an end to mass shootings and prevent other high school students from having to witness the senseless murder of their classmates and teachers. This is personal for me, as a mom of my Carter Cakes who just started kindergarten, and as a survivor of a school shooting my senior year of high school that claimed the life of a classmate. I still live with that trauma today. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they disapprove of Representative Greene's actions. However, disapproval without action means nothing. This is about doing what's right. As Dr. King stated, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Is reserving. And gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is personal to me. I've dedicated so much of my adult life to the Constitution of the United States. And if you go back to 1884, it's been cited for about 80 or 100 years even, a select committee back in 1884 was taking up the issue of a member of Congress being expelled, and the committee said that because the conduct was committed during an earlier Congress, it must be said that with practical uniformity, the precedents in such cases are to the effect the House will not expel a member for reprehensible action prior to the election of a member, not even for conviction of an offense. That has been so frequently decided in the House that it's no longer a matter of dispute. And yes, that was expelling from the House, but you're wanting to expel a member from being a full member as she was elected to do. Now, James Madison, hopefully that name rings a bell, said if the legislature could regulate those, talking about qualifications, which in this case would mean you got to meet our qualifications for what you say before you're a member of Congress or you don't come in. And he said if you could regulate those qualifications, it can be by degrees subvert the Constitution. A republic may be converted into an aristocracy or an oligarchy, as well as limiting the number capable of being elected. Qualifications founded on artificial distinctions may be devised by the stronger party in order to keep out partisans of a weaker party. This is so dangerous. Never in the history of the Congress has a majority party been taking such fanatical action to remove somebody from the other party from committees. This is unprecedented. You know, we had a senator named Biden who looked at a Ku Klux Klan recruiter as a mentor and friend, and you punished him by inaugurating him as president. Look, please, I know there's so many good, decent Democrats. We disagree on a lot of things, but as a matter of conscience, you talk about conscience, you got to know if you do this, just like Democrats objecting to electors and then coming around later and say, oh, you're disenfranchising voters. Look, if you do this, you know The day will come when Republicans will not like something you said and start removing you from committees. This is not a road to go down. I beg you, please don't start this precedent. It won't end well for either party, but we will follow your lead if you lead. I'm imploring you, do the right thing. Vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. At this time, the gentlewoman from Indiana reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you,
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After decades of living through discrimination from our government, my older black neighbors in my district finally began having a sense of hope that a new generation of elected leaders are here. Recently, however, those same neighbors have told me they began to feel that fear again because of what is happening here in this chamber. Because in today's Republican Party, Marjorie Taylor Greene's worldviews are violent, anti-black, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and they're condoned. Every single day that goes by without outright condemnation from every single one of her Republican colleagues, without consequences for her extremist views, is an outright endorsement of white supremacy. We owe it to our residents who have been victim of these very hateful views to take action. When members like Marjorie Taylor Greene proudly claim that Muslims shouldn't be allowed in this Congress, or that 9/11 attacks were fake, or that the Speaker of the House should be executed, there must be consequences. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be here today. But what I feel and what I believe as I'm listening and I'm hearing the debate is this is not really about words said by Ms. Green before she was ever elected overwhelmingly in her district. Because if it was about language and that we were disciplining because of language, we would have disciplined somebody else from this side on the Democrat side who said, Israel's hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them see the evil doings of Israel. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. That would have invoked some discipline, I would have thought. How about this one? Comparing Jewish Israeli settlers to termites. That guy didn't get disciplined. He's still on the committees I sit on. He said there's been a steady stream, almost like termites can get into a residence and eat before you know that you've been eaten up and you fall in on yourself. It goes on. It goes on. The Speaker of this House has said Republicans are enemies of the state. All of these incite to violence. All of these demean. All of these dehumanize. All of these are these are statements that just should not be accepted. But they were accepted. There was no condemnation. And as the last speaker just said, no condemnation is an endorsement. So I guess there's endorsement from all of them on those statements. And so here we are today. And you're doing something that's unprecedented. You're taking somebody for things she said before she got into this body. And you're saying we're going to control the minority choice of committee assignments. Never happened before, but here it goes. And I'm afraid it's going to cascade because that's not the way we should do this. You can't take away the rights of the minority leader and the minority conference. That is the problem that we have here. No one endorses what Ms. Green said, but we endorse her election and the right of the leader to make her committee assignments, not to have those be taken away by the majority. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Mr.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 72 to remove Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee post. Congresswoman Green is part of the cult conspiracy mindset that has infected segments of our American society and is ripping our nation apart. The wild conspiracy theories that QAnoners invent are in essence outrageous lies. Even more alarming, they are lies backed by the threat of violence. Yes, Representative Green and her QAnon adherents are ready to defend their deranged lies with violence. They have expressed a desire to assassinate Speaker Pelosi and to publicly execute those who disagree with their malignant lies. They have even expressed a passionate desire to overthrow our constitutional democracy. Congresswoman Green indicated before last year's election that if Donald Trump lost, Americans may need to reclaim freedom with the price of blood. Marjorie Greene has harassed a survivor of Stoneman Douglas school shooting, calling him a coward, and proclaiming the massacre was staged as a plot to pass more gun laws. Yet her Republican colleagues believe she has the proper credentials and principles to serve on the Education and Labor Committee. Some will play both sides, but that is a false equivalent. I think it's clear that we need to draw the line at Jewish space lasers and calling for political assassinations, not policy differences. At least with one xenophobic racist, both sides were able to put country over party. The party of Honest Abe can no longer be honest with itself. Marjorie Greene and her fellow conspiracy theorists have saturated our nation with lies. It's time to turn the tables and start talking about truth for a change. Gandhi liked to say, even if you are a minority of one, the truth is the truth. I urge everyone to join in defending truth. Stand up for truth, even if you're alone. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the direction of the narrow Democrat majority, we are here today standing in judgment over a newly elected colleague of ours for things said as a private citizen and that have since been retracted. Meanwhile, some colleagues have engaged in anti-American, anti-Semitic tropes and commentary before and after their elections to Congress. Other colleagues have incited and called for violence across the country the day Donald Trump became president, and still encourage that violence against him and those who support the Republican Party, not to mention other dangerous words that have been harmful to the security of our nation. But, Mr. Speaker, none of those are in question, and those members never saw any condemnation. In this Democrat majority, they never will. I went to the Rules Committee yesterday, strongly opposed to this course of action, with a suggestion to correct this blatant double standard should it move forward. I was told by the chairman that, quote, we don't share the same values, because I was demanding that we prioritize accountability for members of his party and their comments and dangerous rhetoric carried out while in office before we address Representative Greene's commentary made before she was elected. Perhaps the chairman was right. My values are that anyone who blatantly calls for the violence against conservatives, praises deadly Antifa riots, endangers Americans, encourages the destruction of our ally Israel, and perhaps worst of all, dismisses the significance of 9/11, has no business serving in the House of Representatives. In closing, Mr. Speaker, no one in Congress should be more grateful than the Democrat majority eliminated our motion to recommit last month and the Democrat members who have made these inflammatory remarks over the years, because I have no doubt that a motion by Republicans to oust those representatives would have succeeded with very strong bipartisan support. And by shattering this precedent today, perhaps this majority has set in motion a future majority's obligation to do so. If my Democrat colleagues are attempting to take the speck out of their eye, I encourage them to also take the log out of their own eye. Out of our eye, then take the log out of their own eye. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is not about one member. This is about who we are as a body and what we are as a democracy. This is about whether it is acceptable to cheer on and encourage an insurrection against our basic democratic process. This is about whether it is okay to demand members swear in on a Bible of a religion they do not practice. This is about whether it is okay to hold an assault rifle next to members' heads in a campaign ad and incite death threats against them. This is about whether it is okay to encourage the murder of the Speaker of the House As a survivor of civil conflict and civil war, I know political violence and political rhetoric does not go away on its own. This is about whether or not we will continue to be a peaceful and functioning democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm proud to have taken my oath on that Bible, after which I do follow and try to live my life after. And I rise today to object to the left pattern of teaming up with the mainstream media to try to stifle the voices of conservatives. First, it was 4 years of trying to remove President Trump, and today it's trying to strip my friend Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignments. It's only a matter of time till they start coming after everyday Americans. We travel down a dangerous road today when the majority party is threatening to make committee assignments for the minority. My friends across the aisle, as we have seen, and from one we just heard from, Mr. Speaker, certainly have no shortage of members who've expressed very offensive opinions after they were elected to this body. Democrats are not looking to lower the temperature or deliver the results for the American people. Their goal is to cause chaos and divide our country so they can continue to expand their radical left agenda until they've silenced all opposing viewpoints. Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If they wanted to deliver results for the American people, they could do it. But their agenda is clear. They don't want to govern. They want to rule and clamp down on any dissent to their radical agenda. And I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Bush. Oh, yeah.
2 minutes. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise in defense of our nation's school children. I cannot sit idly by and allow white supremacy and hatred to have decision-making power over our students' futures. To my Republican colleagues, let history remember what you did in this moment. A prerequisite for appointment to these committees and for all that we do must be that you love and represent all people, meaning all people. We owe it to our children, we owe it to their parents to have a House Education and Labor Committee that is committed to fighting for a country where all children have an equitable education in an intentionally anti-racist society. Let me say that again, an intentionally anti-racist society. From the Ferguson-Florissant School District in St. Louis to the Normandy, Hazelwood, Riverview Gardens, Jennings, University City School Districts to St. Louis Public Schools, all of our school districts deserve better. Harris-Stowe State University, Missouri, University of Missouri, St. Louis, our tech and trade schools, St. Louis University and Washington University, they deserve better because our teachers and our custodial workers, our cafeteria workers deserve better because our students who don't have a roof to sleep under at night, our students who don't have running water at home, our students who don't have enough to eat deserve better because those living with student debt and those who desire to go to college deserve better. Our parents, they deserve better. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist education system if a seated House Education and Labor Committee member incites violence through the perpetuation of racist lies in an attempt to overturn an election. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist society if a member of Congress endorses white supremacy. We need to strip them of their committee assignments. And then we must pass my resolution, HRES 25, to investigate and expel them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The hypocrisy here is an outrage. My fellow Georgian, Congresswoman Green, stood right here in this House and took full responsibility for her statements. That's more than we can say for any of the many in this chamber who have made outrageous, hate-filled, and vile statements and comments over the past years and recent months in particular. For example, a Democrat member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee has repeatedly made blatant anti-Semitic statements. She still holds her position. The Democratic chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee encouraged supporters to aggressively assault anyone who supported President Trump. She still holds her position. The Speaker of the House has called Republicans enemies of the state. She still has her position. While we watch cities in flames, businesses being destroyed, officers killed, and civilians attacked, a member of the majority party called for further unrest in the streets. She still has her position. I've got 4 pages of similar comments, and this is by no means exhaustive. Inflammatory rhetoric around here has become commonplace, unfortunately. And members of this House have absolutely crossed the line for calling for violence or making other similar remarks. The majority refuses to hold its own members accountable. That is the zenith of hypocrisy and injustice. And I call on and urge our members to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana Research. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, my friend Ms. Beatty.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. It is a shame that we must use precious time on the floor of the People's House to address the inflammatory remarks of member Marjorie Taylor Greene. But just as we are in the midst of 3 crises of the coronavirus, the economic distress, and social injustice, we must also act against a crisis of extremism and unhinged conspiracy theories. Disturbing and dangerous words and actions like those we have heard and seen from this individual in this House are below, Mr. Speaker, the dignity of a member of Congress. And as they did not stop when we were all sworn in, if anything, these backward views gained a national platform. Well, I stand here to tell you I will stand up to bullies, bullies who threaten students and threaten and celebrate the violence towards our Speaker and our colleagues. Today, and yes, as a conscience of the Congress, it is important that we take this step to affirm that conspiracy theories and outrageous lies have no place in the Congress, no place in the People's House, no place, no place.
Gentleman's term has expired. Gentleman from Florida Research. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 4th day of February, here we go. We have a pandemic that's shutting down businesses all across this country. We have schools shut down, causing havoc with our children. We have a national debt of over $30 trillion. We have seniors wondering if their Social Security payment will be suspended due to anticipated bankruptcy. We have a Democratic Party focusing today and yesterday on bypassing the legislative process and issuing executive orders, defunding our police departments, destroying our energy dependence, shutting off our production of oil and gas, allowing men to identify as women and go into any bathroom of choice. And what is the majority spending the hard-earned tax dollars today? Attempting to throw a member of our party who was duly elected by something purportedly not said before she got into Congress. Here's what I would ask. Throw us all off the committees. Throw all of us off. God, I hope the American people see what you're doing. And this is nothing more than an abuse of power, than a party drunk with power. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. A gentleman from Indiana Research. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to Representative Hayes from Connecticut.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this motion on behalf of my constituents in Connecticut's 5th District. The statements made by the representative from Georgia have amplified horrific and deeply dishonest rhetoric and empowered and mainstreamed fringe conspiracy theories about school shootings. Giving any member the platform to spread dangerous rhetoric only rewards and normalizes this behavior, places already vulnerable groups in danger, and further traumatizes survivors. There is no place in this House for a member that trivializes these events or refuses to publicly disavow her own words or apologize to those affected. Mr. Speaker, there are men and women on both sides of the aisle whom I strongly disagree with. colleagues who have made statements that have deeply offended me, yet I have never believed we should remove them from committees or this body. But today is different. We are forced to make this motion not because of a disagreement in values or opinions, but because the Republican conference has refused to take any actions addressing dangerous comments made by a member, comments which have no place in common discourse and cannot be given a platform to be amplified. While I remain respectful of the voters in Georgia, we have a responsibility as a body to hold our own members accountable, and I would vote in the same way if a member of my own caucus had committed the same infractions. No member of Congress, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will be in order.
No member of Congress should promote conspiracy theories or sow doubt about the validity of tragic mass casualty events like Sandy Hook, Parkland, and others. No parent should ever have to invite a member of Congress to visit their child's grave or touch the bullet-ridden clothing that their child wore to prove that their death actually happened. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of this House always tells members to vote our district. Today, I vote as an act of conscience in defense of my district. I vote for the babies who left for school 8 years ago and never returned home, and the teachers who died trying to protect them. I will vote for millions of educators.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an extra 15 seconds.
Today, I will vote for millions of educators who stand bravely before students while they lead lockdown drills and whisper quietly to them while sheltering in place that school is still safe. I will vote yes on this resolution for the parents and the communities who want real debate that produces real solutions for keeping schools and communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my new colleague from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who grew up in a communist country where people were punished for expressing their opinions, I have an enormous appreciation for our First Amendment rights. This is a core principle our nation was founded on. I might not like many things that my colleagues from both parties have to say. Sometimes I think these crazy things, but I still will vigorously defend their First Amendment rights and rights of free speech, especially what they've said as private individuals before. And voters will decide if they're right representatives for them. It's a slippery slope to start policing people's opinion, and our Congress will start resembling a communist politburo if we're not careful. I would really like my colleagues to think before they make this vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend and neighbor from Florida, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot here today. So in closing, let me remind my colleagues that we were sent here not only to uphold the Constitution, but to uphold a standard of conduct. Let me share with you what should have happened. What should have happened is some remorse for the pain that the gentlewoman from Georgia has caused, and acknowledged that pain, the damage that she has caused, the violence she has advocated. I would have hoped that she would have realized, like so many of us have, the awe and gravity of serving in this institution, and that despite all the harm that the words and actions she's taken have caused, that now that she's a member of this body, she truly understands and is sorry she stalked a teenager who was a victim of a mass shooting. Sorry that she actually suggested that our leader of the House of Representatives should meet a bullet as her end. Sorry that she suggested that President Obama should have his life snuffed out. But none of that happened. And that is why She has forfeited the right to serve on committees in this House of Representatives. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose this unprecedented power grab orchestrated by the Democrats. Much has been said about what my colleague from Georgia has spoken of in her past, but the past is past. I do not believe Congress has jurisdiction to relitigate what a member of this body said before they took their solemn oath of office. That is an issue to be adjudicated by her constituents at the ballot box in the 14th District of Georgia, not here in Congress. Without question, this body is putting itself on an extremely dangerous path, a path that opens the door to allowing the majority party to strip the minority party members of their committees based on statements made or beliefs held before holding office. It is clear the resolution before us is not about my colleague. It is about Democrats seizing upon an opportunity to further suppress the rights of the minority party, to silence a bold member of the opposition, and to thereby further their socialist agenda. Members of Congress have a duty to uphold themselves to the highest standards, and I know Marjorie is doing just that. I expect no less from my Democratic colleagues, which is why this resolution must not pass. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day and a difficult day for the House of Representatives and for our country. I have had the great honor of serving this body for 40 years. And in that time, I have never encountered a situation like the one before us. Now, where a member has made such vile and hurtful statements, engaged in harassment of colleagues, and expressed support for political violence. None of us should take any pleasure in what we must do today. But to do nothing would be an abdication of our moral responsibility to our colleagues, to the House, to our values, to the truth, and to our country. A great forebearer of legislators, Edmund Burke, famously declared, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Yesterday, the Republican conference chose to do nothing. So today, the House must do something. I have heard some condemnation from across the aisle of the contents of Representative Greene's statements. Some have condemned the white supremacist and anti-Semitic things she said and posted online. Some have condemned the falsehoods she shared about 9/11 and the horrific school shootings. But I have heard little from Republicans about the horrific statements made by their colleague making threats of violence against Democratic elected officials and her threatening conduct towards Representative Bush and others. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be much silence when it comes to her incitement of political violence. In the Washington Post yesterday, columnist Greg Sargent wrote, and I quote, "Whatever happens to Greene, Representative Greene, the truth is unavoidable. Republicans have yet to offer a clear and unambiguous declaration that political violence is unacceptable and has no place in their ranks." And I've heard too much about process and not enough about accountability. No member ought to be permitted to engage in the kind of behavior that Representative Greene has and face zero consequences. This vote can be a first step in correcting the error of those who so far have chosen to do nothing. A short while ago,
Representative Green came to this floor to defend her indefensible conduct. I heard no apology. She claimed that we are here today only because of some things she wrote online before she ever ran for Congress. And if one's moral slate is wiped clean when one becomes a candidate for office. Regardless, the conduct we are judging today continued to occur even after Representative Green became a candidate and even after she was elected. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to look at this image. I heard about motherhood today. 2 of those women, between them, have 6 children. They're mothers. One of them does not have children. And she's come to this body asking for more housing for people, for more health care for people, for more income for people. How awful. And they're not the squad. They're Elon. They're Alexandria. And they're Rashida. They are people. They are our colleagues. And yes, you may have disagreements. But I don't know anybody, including Steve King, who you precluded from going on committees for much less. And this is an AR-15 in the hands of Ms. Green. This was on Facebook just a few months ago. That is a message of peace and reconciliation and peaceful democratic dialogue. The squad's worst enemy, AR-15, in hand.
Sounds like the guns I fled.
I have never, ever seen that before. Is this a precedent-setting event? It is. Because the conduct, the tweeting, the QAnon association, I heard the disavowal of QAnon, I learned more. AR-15, squad's worst nightmare. Is that what was intended to do? That each one of these ladies would have a nightmare about somebody with a gun. An AR-15 can carry up to a clip of 60 bullets. I urge my colleagues to look at that image and tell me what message you think it sends. Here she is, armed with a deadly assault rifle, pointing it toward 3 Democratic members. Now, the pictures are put together, you understand. They were not present. I understand that. And she captioned it, the squad's worst nightmare. Yes, some people are having nightmares and fear. And some people who wanted to give other people nightmares committed sedition and broke into the House of Representatives and tried to stop us electing a president of the United States. These 3 faces are real people. There are 3 reasons we're here. But there are many other reasons we're here today. In 2019, during the same election cycle in which she ran, showed support for comments online that the quickest way to remove Speaker Pelosi from power would be, and I quote, a bullet to the head. Did any of you hear Steve King say anything like that? You removed him from all of his committees. But as I said, you did nothing. As a matter of fact, gave a standing ovation, as I understand. I wasn't there. What message does that send? What message does it send us? Have a standing ovation to give these three women nightmares. Indisputably, these are clear threats to commit or incite political violence, not from years ago, but just months ago. Imagine the pain that these members' families must be experiencing when they see pictures like this one. Imagine what our children think, their children, or when they know their loved ones are walking the halls of Congress and may encounter harassment as it happened to Representative Bush. So I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when they take this vote, imagine your faces on this poster. Imagine it's a Democrat with the 8 or 15. Imagine what your response would be, and would you think that that person ought to be held accountable? But when acquiescence to the suggestion of violence or any kind is allowed to go unchecked, it is a cancer that metastasizes on the body politic of our nation, as we saw just a few days ago on the 6th of January. A cancer. That's how Senate Republican leader McConnell described it. He said, loony lies and conspiracy theories are a cancer for the Republican Party and our country. McConnell, should we stand silent in the face of that kind of activity? He continued, somebody who suggested that perhaps no airplane hit the Pentagon on 9/11, that horrifying school shootings were pre-staged, and that the Clintons crashed JFK Jr.'s airplane is not living in reality. It's not me talking. It's not a Democrat talking. It's Senator McConnell. This has nothing to do with the challenges facing American families or the robust debates on substance that can strengthen our parties. My colleagues across the aisle have an opportunity today to reclaim their party from the dangerous cancer of QAnon and violent conspiracy theories that promote and have demonstrably resulted in sedition and insurrection. Senator Romney, you remember Senator Romney? He was candidate for President of the United States on the Republican ticket, nominated in the Republican convention. He said of his party this week, I think we should have nothing to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene and think we should repudiate the things she said and move away from her. Our big tent is not large enough to both accommodate conservatives and kooks. Not my word, his words. A Republican member of the United States Senate. Now, he's not a big buddy of Trump's, so apparently he didn't have to do what Trump suggested he do. And Senator Ernst, conservative woman from Iowa, she doesn't represent the party. I don't want her to be the face of our party. I think this is a great time for us to really talk about what we want to see in the upcoming years and continue to build. We don't need people that are promoting violence or anything like that. That's a Republican conservative senator. Republican senator and former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, said, a conservative Republican senator. That's not what the Republican Party stands for. Let me suggest to you, if it's not, vote with us. Vote with the House, not Democrats. Vote with the House of Representatives. Vote with good order and peace. Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said, there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what McCarthy said when you kicked King off all of his committees. This is not something you haven't done. However, sadly, you left it to us to do your job. Representative Cole called her statements extraordinarily disturbing. He said that yesterday. It's an old quote. And Senator Thune asked his fellow Republicans in the House, do they want to be the party of limited government? I think the answer to that is yes. Or do they want to be the party of conspiracy theories and QAnon? Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what your Republican colleagues have said. This is not partisan. This is about principle. And you can shake your head as much as you want. This is not about party. It's about whether or not you will vote for decency and truth, not being members' worst nightmare. I hope we can do it together, all of us embracing our humanity and our basic adherence to the Constitution. Edmund Burke, who I'd quoted earlier, said, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Let us not do nothing. I often share another passage spoken so long ago by Edmund Burke when a new member arrives to serve in the House. It concerns the duty of a representative has to his or her constituents. His conclusion on that matter is that we owe them our unbiased opinion, mature judgment, and enlightened sense of conscience. What does your conscience tell you to do in light of this kind of assertion? Nothing? Burke told his own constituents that these virtues of representative does not derive from your pleasure, nor from the law and the Constitution. They are trust from providence, for the abuse of which you are deeply answerable. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays it instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. This is not about polling. This is not about your base. This is about your conscience and your moral judgment. In other words, each of us ought to look inside our hearts to the answer we know is right and is best for the House and for our country. If the Republican Party, for less toxic language, took committee assignments away from Steve King, should they do less in this instance? There is no doubt that if somebody came to the Congress and had said before they came to Congress, I am for violent revolution against the government of the United States of America, that your party would say that's not somebody we want to be associated with. That's not what she said. I do not assert that. But should we do less than you did for Steve King, for far less toxic language? Let us not do nothing. Mr. Speaker, let us do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today is really about one party single-handedly canceling a member of the other party because something said before that member was even elected. This isn't about agreeing or disagreeing with the comments. This is about Democrats abusing their power and using it to cancel. This sets a very dangerous precedent. There are members across the aisle who have said alarming things recently. They've made anti-Semitic comments repeatedly. They've made anti-American comments repeatedly. And they've made comments threatening violence repeatedly. Cancel culture should not take over our country. Cancel culture should not take over our tech platforms. And cancel culture certainly should not take over the House of Representatives. We need to let the gentlelady from Georgia serve and to allow her constituents to judge her performance at the ballot box. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman,
I'll reserve. I'm prepared to close as well.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry, as I said earlier. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. Sadly, though, here we are today to effectuate another partisan power grab. The Democrat majority has taken unprecedented steps to marginalize Republicans just because we have not done what they want us to do, and that's wrong. There's a reason that neither party holds a majority on the Ethics Committee, and the reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in political and partisan fashion. The majority should withdraw this resolution, and if it chooses, pursue this matter properly through the Ethics Committee. If the resolution is not withdrawn, then I'll vote no and hope at some point the Ethics Committee will again be used to serve this body as intended. Our colleagues deserve better, and the House as an institution deserves better. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just address some of what we've heard today. First, we've heard the argument made by our colleagues that this is something that should go to the Ethics Committee, despite the fact that we have the authority to be here today to tackle something that our friends should have tackled. But then they turn around and say that the Ethics Committee doesn't have jurisdiction for anything that's been said before a member is elected, thereby creating a loop that will result in no accountability, zero accountability for any of the horrific sayings, any of the horrific actions that have been promoted by Representative Greene on social media and in her words. We also heard that this would deepen, what we're doing here risks deepening dangerous divisions. The dangerous divisions that exist in our country resulted in an attack on this Capitol, putting all of our lives at risk. We're trying to stop the divisions in our country by not giving a platform to the kinds of conspiracy theories that help to inflame them. We heard that this is cynical and hypocritical. Mr. Speaker, is there anything more cynical and hypocritical than to be told on the floor of this House that the minority leader was prepared to take Ms. Greene off of the committee, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was a political decision he was willing to consider. And finally, we heard that Ms. Taylor Greene, that Representative Greene has apologized for this. She came to the floor today, she acknowledged that 9/11 happened, she acknowledged that school shootings are real, and she acknowledged that she learned some things about QAnon that she didn't know before. There was no apology. There was nothing to address any of the pain and hurt that she's done to my constituents and gun violence survivors in every part of this country and the families who lost loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we need to be here today. This hateful rhetoric is in the real world as well as outside of the halls of Congress, not just here. Memories of the lives we have lost to gun violence are being forsaken by those who baselessly claim those tragedies were false flag events. Online rants about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism and conspiracy theories have manifested in real and violent acts. It's not a debating society that we're participating in. This has real impact in the real world. We cannot, and finally I close with this, Mr. Speaker, we're worried about precedent, so am I, so we should all be. And the precedent of rewarding a member of the House by giving her a platform of a congressional committee to amplify dangerous conspiracy theories is one we should never set. Leader McCarthy said so himself. I remind my colleagues again, 2 years ago he said, any hatred, we take action. Unfortunately, the only action taken by Republican leadership has been to appoint Representative Greene to 2 powerful committees. This resolution condemns the practice of promoting extreme ideologies, conspiracy theories, and anti-government rhetoric, the resolution proclaims that there is no place for such conduct in this Congress or in society. And when Ms. Green came to the floor today and compared the media to QAnon, it is a reminder of just how important this action is that we're about to take. This is why we must adopt House Resolution 72. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Recognition.
Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren. Pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on HRes 72. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRes 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Bolton pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Bolton will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H.Res. 72. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H.Res. 72.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on House Resolution 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
On behalf of Congressman Chuy Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Garcia will be voting yes on H-Res 72.
Good. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 72.
Recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desaulniers pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
That pop quiz in school. Yeah.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.Res. 72. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 72. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on HRES 72. And as a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on HRES 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of House Resolution 72. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRES 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 72.
On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 199. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
House Resolution 95.
It is read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will now be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?